because, you get a chance to see everything now. So I'm sure, we want more in society. So one of the things that we need to do, and this is pretty much what this class is all about, is, knowing how money works, making sure that our goals are aligned to make money, if that's where we want to go with the direction. And then also as you're attaining things, whether it's a house, a car, growing your family, getting your career started, going to college, you want to make sure that you know where you're going and what you can get. And you want to be ready for those different hurdles you're going to experience. So today, when we talk about saving your money so that way you can save for bigger things, also investing. Why would you invest? Because, you want your money to work for you. So when you see a lot of people, like, let's just say, even because a lot of us know more entertainers, you may know sports figures, entertainers, even family members. Sometimes you have your day job, and then there's times when you're creating residual income by putting money into like the stock market or buying real estate and hoping that real estate increases in value in the future. So that way you could use that for leverage. And with that being said, leverage, I do see that Mr. Rayford is joining us. Let's see if he can hear us.
I can hear you. I apologize for being late. Computer's very slow.
I know, same thing happened to me this morning. I was supposed to be on like 15 minutes ahead, but it took a while for it to get started. Well, Mr. Rayford, I was just telling the students here that today we're going to be talking about saving, investing, and building wealth. And just, with our society now, we all have TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. We see how people are living these days, and a lot of us want to live well. So in order to live well, we have to know how to use money, how to leverage money, and then also know what we want. Because, we can't have it all. Well, you can have it all, but you want to decide, you want to smoke, continue, save, and invest your goals. And then, yes, just how I have started. Anything you want to add, Mr. Rayford?
You have an echo, Miss Tanga.
Okay, I'll tell in. And I'll shoot for a little bit.
Once again, that echo has crept back in. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I want to tell you something, a story. I bragged about you yesterday to a retired CEO. He asked what the 100 was doing, and I said, well, we have this financial literacy, and me and a group of financial experts talked to high school students. He said, I was not aware of it. I said, not only that, the high school students are very engaging, and we find that the high school students have financial stories within themselves. So he was very impressed of what you're doing in your respective families and in your community. So I want to congratulate all of you, and I want you to understand that it is being noticed. So I'm looking forward to the topic today. Can you guys just by, I don't know how we're going to do this, but just by taking your computers off mic and just telling me how many people are speaking to their parents? I know Darius is, but who's speaking to their parents?
I am as well.
Okay, great. Who else? Okay, so one of the things that you need to understand, if you don't practice it, you'll forget. Even though you're on this communication, one of the things I'm begging you is to practice it. One of the things that I had mentioned to you that I took 5 years of French. I can't speak anything. And a friend of mine, I used to work for, I retired from Cirque du Soleil. And in Montreal, I told them that I took 5 years of French, and I'm frustrated because I can't speak it. And they say, you need to be in the environment. You need to speak it all the time. You need to understand the language for what the phrase means, not to translate. So the same thing with financial literacy. You need to speak it, be corrected, or have a dialogue about it, and you'll learn more. It'll create like a stair step in your financial knowledge. And believe you me, you will love it. You will love it because when you're 50, 55, 60, 65 years old, and you have that $1 million in the bank, you're gonna say, well, you know what? I appreciate Mr. Rayford and Mrs. Tanga getting together on Sundays, chit chat with me, and I put away $100, $50, or whatever when I was 17, 18 years old. So I'm proud of you. Please talk to your parents and come back with any kind of questions you might have. Ms. Tanga, take it away. You're on mute, Ms. Tanga. Still on mute. Technology. You can't live without it, and you can't live with it. You know, you guys are the technology age. I'm pencil and paper and person to person. So it's gonna it's gonna be interesting. Can
Can you
we
hear me okay now?
I can hear you. You dialed
Okay.
in, huh?
Yeah, I had to do #6 to unmute myself on the phone.
Okay.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is start the presentation. Let me share my screen.
I'm gonna step away for a hot second.
I used to think someday I want to have lots of money. But now I know there's a big difference between having money and building wealth. Money's something that goes in your pocket and comes right back out. But wealth is things like savings and investments, property, a business of your own. Those kinds of resources give you options and let you take advantage of opportunities in life. If you're earning money, what are you doing to reward yourself? We'll show you how to save and invest to build wealth.
All right. So let me scroll down here, your target timeline. And can someone just let me know, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, I hear you just
Awesome.
fine.
Okay, good. Okay, perfect. All right. So basically, your target timeline, what you want to do is, I open my own savings account. I'm committed to a monthly savings goal. I set up automatic transfers into my savings account. As I earn more, I increase the amount that I save. I contribute to my company's retirement savings plan. I have enough savings to cover 2 to 6 months of expenses. My debts are low enough that I can comfortably pay them. I have started to invest in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. I own my own home, and I've started my own business. So these are the things that you're wanting to think of as you get older and you go into, finish high school and go into college and then start your life. And the good thing about it is when you're looking at things about, having 2 to 6 months of expenses, and you may be thinking to yourself, well, I don't have expenses right now. And I don't have to necessarily think about retirement right now. So that's the beauty of it. You have a lot of time. So while you're having time, you want to use this precious, precious time to build up your savings. Because trust me, once you graduate college especially, money just flows. It's coming in and out, and you have all of these bills. So right now is when you want to practice your savings muscle. So here's a scenario. Randall is trying to increase her savings. Randall's making money, paying bills, and buying stuff, but sometimes runs short between paychecks. She doesn't like feeling broke. She wants to get into the habit of savings so that she has money to fall back on if she loses her job or has an emergency. She also wants to save for big purchases, like a vacation trip. In the long run, she wants something to show for her hard work to be able to retire someday. And same thing with you. You're going to be having money. There's going to be things you have to pay for, even for school and dances and such. But you want to make sure that you're putting in some money aside in case somebody says, hey, let's go to Six Flags, or let's go do something really that's going to be costly. You want to have some money so that you can actually do those activities and feel like you have money, because nobody likes feeling broke. So here's her situation, and what do you think is the best choice for her? So number one, make savings her number one priority. Set a goal and calculate an amount to save every month, no matter what. Number two, put an extra money she receives, such as tax refunds, bonuses, raises, gifts, into her savings. Or three, automatically deposit a percentage of her income, for example, 5 to 10% into her savings account.
Two or
Honestly,
three.
all three of these, number three? Yeah, all
Put it
three of
simple.
them
I
are
also
really
second
good.
number 3.
Okay. Anyone else? Anybody think differently? Okay, let's try it. Yep, that is correct. Awesome advice. Making savings automatic and saving as much as you can at the best interest rate you can find all great strategies for building wealth and strong financial future. So over time, Will Randall is going to earn more over time. She should increase the amount she saves as much as she can. Note, to earn money interest on your savings, shop for a savings account with the highest annual percentage yield you can find. So we'll keep going. So all about savings.
You probably like making money and spending money, but how do you feel about saving money? Maybe it sounds boring or even painful, but in reality, it's not.
I agree. Think of saving as giving a gift or paying a reward to you. The money you save gives you so many benefits, like cash in an emergency, and the ability to buy big things, like a car.
The thing to remember is that building up huge amounts won't happen overnight. But it will happen if you make it a habit, make it automatic, and stick with it over time.
All right. And actually, I'm curious, and then if Mr. Rafer's on, he could jump in as well. But for you student leaders, is anybody saving for anything? Is there anything that you're putting money aside from? If you could unmute yourself and tell us kind of like what you may be saving for.
I'm saving for my summer vacation, so I have spending money.
Nice, summer vacation money. Where are you vacationing to?
I'm going to South Korea.
What? That is exciting. Are you going with your family?
No, I'm going for a international program.
No, that's wonderful.
Oh, that is. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Rayford. Wow.
No, I was just saying that's wonderful. That's fantastic.
Yes. So, let's dig in a little deeper. So, how are you working and making some money, or are you trying to like help here and there to earn money? How are you getting money?
Well, I just started babysitting, so I'm gonna get money from that, and then my birthday's also coming up, so I'll probably save the money I get from that as well.
Beautiful. So that's great. See, even right now, if you're not able to legally work, because I don't know if here in Nevada, if it's 16 years old, you can start working. But definitely find ways, basically what people call side hustles. You want to find side hustles that you can do to help generate money, whether it's babysitting. Maybe you can help a younger student as far as like tutoring them or lawn work, and then just putting that money aside. And I love that you said like your birthday. So sometimes you can let your family know, hey, for my birthday, what I would love is, extra money for my trip to Korea. Or I even believe that some airlines, people could buy you a gift, some money towards your for your flight. So if you want to fly somewhere or go see some family, you can ask family for like a gift card to like Southwest. All right. Anyone else want to share?
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
One of the things I want you get students to understand is that you guys and me and Ms. Tanga are being marketed very highly. When we watch television, you got all these commercials. on your cell phones, you guys see all these commercials. Those marketing and ads, they're there purposely to get you to buy a product and to entice you. Wow, I need that. Okay. And it's a job. It's a job for somebody who might want to major in marketing. But statistically, across the United States, and you guys could look this up, Americans spend almost 60% of their income on just stuff, and they don't save. And when an emergency comes about, they're not prepared for it. I want to give you another example. I asked you guys in a previous session to write down the word sacrifice. And I don't know if you wrote this word down, the word sacrifice, but I asked you guys to write it down because it's those people who will sacrifice that will win at the end. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask you to take yourself off of mute. Do you think it's fair for one sibling to save, work hard, study, while another sibling parties, spends their money, and then the sibling that spends their money goes to the sibling that's saving their money and says, hey, can I borrow $100? Hey, can I borrow $200? What do you guys think about that? Do you think it's fair?
I do not believe that is fair.
Nah, that's not fair at all.
No.
Well, I say that because we all have that in our families. And I'm not saying be cheap or stingy and not give the person a break, but we see the big picture. And you guys just attested it's not fair. Ms. Tanga, can I show my screen? Is it possible for me to show my screen?
Yes, let's see, I'm gonna stop sharing.
Let me see if I can share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
No.
No. I can.
What do you have up? Maybe I could pull it
I
up?
have a PowerPoint. 1 second. Wait 1 second. Can you see it now?
Oh, something's happening. Something is
Yes,
happening.
loading.
Yes.
I can see it.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. So Ms. Tanga and I are in the financial business, but we're a little older than you. So we say our jobs are in the financial business, but you too are in the finance business because in the United States, you have to make a living, pay taxes, and take care of your family. So right here, I have an example of a basic financial structure, very simple. And the middle one is we save, and we save for an emergency fund. We save for college. Young lady is saving for South Korea trip, which is great, a great experience. And retirement. I've said that over and over again. So you got to say to yourself, do I have that leg? Do I have savings in that leg? Social Security, pension. Pensions have really gone by the wayside. Pensions used to be in all companies, but now because most companies are guarding profitability, they've gotten rid of pensions and developed what is called a 401k plan, where they participate only when you participate. So if you get a government job, you might, underline might, have a pension. Social Security. Social Security is up in the air because we don't know if there's proper funding for Social Security. And people say, well, when I retire, I have Social Security. But if they don't have proper savings, Social Security might be gone. Who knows? You guys are younger than me and Ms. Tanga. Who knows? And then another thing is life insurance. There's a type of life insurance that will, you could pay temporary and you can have permanent. Temporary life insurance, if I pass away within the time period of my temporary life insurance, my family is protected. And that's the key. My family is protected. And there are different types of that. I want you guys to pay attention to this simple formula. As a matter of fact, if you can, take out your cell phones and take a picture of it. We call this the wealth formula. The wealth formula is predicated on what is called sacrifice. Okay, how are you earning your money? Are you saving your money? Are you working hard, saving your money? Then time. How are you spending the money, or are you letting your money grow with time? What is your rate of return? We talked about this in another session. Somebody has their money in the bank and says that they earn like 3% on their savings account. I was like, wow. But as far as I know, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, on your savings account, they only give like 0.035 or less, not even 1%. So your money's not going to grow that fast. Things that affect your money is inflation. Inflation. We talked about it in another session. If you got a 3% raise and inflation is running at 2%, you really got a 1% raise. So understand that factor. Then taxes. We all got to pay taxes. No way to get around it. But the biggest issue with wealth is procrastination. Me and Ms. Tonga urge you to save $10, $25 now, because your $10, $25 is a whole lot of money in 40 and 50 years, God willing. And that's the wealth formula. So I want you guys to take a picture of that. Here's an example, and you probably have had this in one of your classes. It's called compound interest. All right, this is compound interest. And this is somebody who at 29 years old has $10,000. And I know I'm going a little fast, but take a picture of it. This is called Rule 72. And this is how money works through time. Okay. So if you have $10,000 and you wait 40 years, if you have your money in something earning 4%, in 40 years, or 29 to 65 is 35 years, 36 years, you'll have $40,000. If you put your money in something at 8%, you'll have $160. That's 4 times the amount if you put it in something at 4%. And please look if you put something in at 12%. Okay. Now, the question you may ask is, where can I find stuff where I can put my money in at these interest rates? They're there, but it's high risk. So you got to be careful when somebody says, I can give you. One of the things that I'm familiar, Ms. Tanga could chime in and tell. A lot of times you could buy or you can invest in real estate, and real estate, not real estate buying a house, but real estate bonds and stuff, you can find with high interest rate because it's high risk. So, but Ms. Tanga may know about that more than I do. But I just wanted you to see the impact of saving early. And you're 15, 16, 17, 18 years old. If you save $5,000, $10,000, you could accumulate $10,000 by 29. And then you'll see how your money works, depending upon how you invest in it. So I'm going to go back to our I'm going to unshare.
Okay.
I'm
All
going
right.
to unshare. I hope you guys got a little something out of that. But I want you to see the value and how powerful money can grow. Thanks, Ms. Tanger.
You're welcome. Thanks for sharing that. And it's going to go right along with our course here. And you love the rule of 72 because your interest rates and compounding interest, that is Mr. Raper's thing, you guys. And And as we continue here in this section, you may chime in a little bit more. But I love everything you talked about. One thing is when you spoke about life insurance, and we'll get right back to the court, but I wanted to touch on that because a lot of times you'll see that in the Black community, sometimes when someone passes away, the family doesn't have money to bury their kinfolk, and that's because they don't have insurance. So that's something that's going to be really important as in the future when you grow up and you have as you're growing and you're having different jobs. A lot of jobs will allow you to have life insurance, and then you also have the ability of buying life insurance on your own, and that's really important because when you're young, it's going to be a lot cheaper. So you can buy a $100,000 policy or $1 million policy. That's another way of building wealth and doing a wealth transfer. Because in the future, if something happens to you, wouldn't you want to know that your kids will get, $1 million policy, so that way that they'll be safe and secure in the generations to come. So
if I could chime in again, I'm glad you brought that up. But like Ms. Tanga says, the Black community sometimes has to go on. What is that thing called when we're asking people for money?
GoFundMe.
GoFundMe. Yes, and we've all heard about that. And it's not just the Black community. I've had a lot of people that I chit chat with, and they'll say to me, "Well, you're just giving me another bill." And that's why it's very important for you to talk to your parents, because I don't want you guys to say, well, Mr. Rayford said, Ms. Tanga said, listen to us, take this information and talk to your parents, and then assess what they're saying and assess what we're saying. When somebody tells you it's another bill, my response is, well, in the event that somebody dies in your family, is Nevada Power going to bury your loved one? No. Is Republic Services going to bury your loved one? No. Is the water company going to bury your loved one? No. Is your car company that you're paying your car note on going to bury your loved one? No. So when you articulate that to people, it really gets people thinking, what is the most important cost that I've got to spend for my family? So just keep that in mind and keep that question/concern in mind. Oh, you're giving me another bill. No, I'm giving you the opportunity to protect your family. Thanks, Ms. Tanga.
Definitely. Okay, so what are ways that saving accounts can benefit you? It keeps your money safe. You don't want to walk around with a big wad of money in your pocket. Your money grows with interest. You're prepared for unexpected expenses. You're ready to make large purchases, and it helps you achieve major life goals. How much interest can you earn? If you put your savings in an interest-earning account, such as a bank savings account, the amount of interest you'll earn depends on 3 factors: the interest rate, how long you keep the money in your account, and how the bank pays the interest. Almost all banks compound interest is a powerful way to make your savings grow faster. So what does this mean? It means you don't want to walk around with a backpack. If you've ever watched some videos and some rappers have backpacks of money, well, if you have your money in your backpack, that means your money is not earning any compounding interest. What is compounding interest? Compounding means financial institution pays you interest not only for the amount of money originally deposited, but also for the interest your deposit has earned over time. With compound interest, your money will grow a lot faster, and if the account pays what's called simple interest, that means you'll only earn interest on the principal. That is the amount of money you originally deposited. What is interest compounding? Depending on the account, the interest may be compounded daily, monthly, or quarterly. Each time you're paid interest on your new total amount you have in your account, so the more frequently your money is compounding, the more interest you will earn. How do you pick a high interest account? Here's a quick way to determine which savings account will pay the most. Just compare the annual percentage yield, or it's called the APY of the account. The APY is the rate of return for 1 year period. The higher the APY, the more interest you receive. Is the interest earned taxable? Yeah, because like Mr. Rayford said, the government's going to come and get their money. They're always going to tax it. The interest you earn in the bank account is considered income, so it is taxable. The bank will send you a form at the end of the year that shows you the total interest you earned. Note, the higher the interest rate, the more money grows. Also, time is one of the most important tools for saving and investing. The more time you have, the more money it grows, and the better. So here you can compare some results. And Mr. Rayford, I'll let you kind of go over this. And it talks about the power of compounding interest.
Yeah, I'm on
And this is a
mute.
little bit actually of what he showed.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to try to keep it simple. I don't know what you are learning in high school these days, but when I went to high school, I don't know if it was in my math class, algebra class, or whatever. When we discussed interest, it was how to calculate interest. And as Ms. Tanga said, there's something called simple interest. And if you've had this, please let us know. Simple interest is, the formula is principal times rate times time. And you guys might know the acronym PRT. Has anybody had that? Has anybody had that? Or has school evolved where they're not teaching that anymore? Nobody's had that? Well, write that down then. Principal times rate times time is called PRT. And compound interest takes your base year PRT, that answer, that's your new principal. Now you're getting interest on your interest times the rate times time. That's compound interest. So I hope I articulate that simply enough. This diagram shows you the progression of monies.
Yes, I take it.
You've had that before?
Yeah, I had it in my freshman class.
Do you remember what class that was in? Was it algebra? Was it just math?
Yeah, I'm a freshman still. It was in algebra.
It was in algebra. Okay.
Yeah, I learned it in algebra.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so, but we want you to understand that simple formula because that's how your money works. And pay attention to money. When you put your money in a bank, they give you less than 1%. But when you're walking out, the bank says, oh, Mr. So-and-so, you qualify for a credit card. That credit card may have 20% interest on it. So you make less than 1%, but you pay the bank 20%. That means the bank is making 19% on your money. Pay attention. But I mean, again, you got to establish credits, but you got to know how it works. And as Ms. Tanga says, you got to work your money wisely. Thanks, Ms. Tanga.
All right. Yeah, because, all of the marketing is going to want you to spend your money. But this here, what you're looking at, what you're learning in algebra is really how money really works and how the rich become richer because they understand these principles. So tips for saving more money, you want to figure out, do you need it or do you just want something? You got to sacrifice. You got to hold on to some of your money now so you can make those bigger purchases later. So something I was thinking about, for example, is sometimes you're thinking, oh, well, I could save money, but I can't really do too much with it. But think about this. Let's say you save $500 or $1,000, and then you have an opportunity to get a license or get your real estate license or just something that may cost just $300 or $400. You may have the opportunity of taking that class because you actually have a savings. Like I remember when lashes first started coming out, there were people that were training folks. Like they would charge like $300 or $500 to teach ladies how to put lashes on other people. I actually tried to pay for my daughter's class because she didn't have no money because she had no savings. But I was just like, hey, daughter, I'll pay for your $500 class so you can learn lashes, be licensed in it, make money in college. And she said, no. Well, years later, how many people are walking around with lashes? How many women are making money because they took a $300 class because they had the savings? So save so you can use your money for bigger things that will then give you the ability of making even more money. Second thing, make savings automatic. You get paid, you put away X amount of dollars automatically. If you have a checking account, you can automatically create a system where X amount of dollars goes right into your savings account each month or every paycheck. Pay yourself first. That's pretty much what we're saying. Automatically put money aside. And so you pay your bills on time. If you have any bills, like we talked about last week, you don't want your credit to be shot. And then avoid cash checking places. Those cash checking places, they usually charge you for cashing in your own money when you can actually create a savings account where you put your money in and make money. So that's a trick with those cash checking places. And save for retirement. Here's next video. So now we're getting into what is investing.
Putting money in a savings account is one way to make it grow. Investing is another.
The main idea behind investing is to put money you've saved into things you think will go up in value over time. Things like stocks or bonds or real estate. The trick is to buy when the price is low, then try to sell when the price is high. That's how you make a profit.
One big difference between saving and investing is that investing always involves risk. If the value of your investment goes up, you could earn more money than you would in a savings account. But if the value goes down, you could lose some or even all of your money. That's why you should never invest money that you can't afford to lose.
And that's why before you invest, we want to make sure you know the basics of what investing's all about and how it works.
Okay, so the difference between savings and investing. Savings is short-term, ready to go, meaning when you put your money into a savings account, you can usually take it right back out the next day if you needed to. So there you have flexibility in getting your money back right away. You're ready to access the cash. So like I said, you can put it in the bank, you take it the next day, and there's minimum risk. When you put money in the savings account, it's your money, so you can always go back and get it. And then you also earn interest, so the bank is paying you for holding the money. You may be wondering, like, yeah, what does the bank get out of it? So I work for Wells Fargo Advisors, and we have the bank side. So when you put money into our bank, what we can do is we can also let other people borrow your money, and we charge them for borrowing your money. So that's why we're able to pay you interest, because we may charge somebody more money for borrowing that money, and then we'll give you a little piece of the interest. Now, when you go to investing, the difference is that's going to be for longer term projects. So if you put money, like let's say you buy real estate, you can't just buy a house today and sell it tomorrow. Or if you're buying stocks, you can't really, you could buy the stock today, but the value may go down, so you can't really just sell it the next day. So investing is longer term. And then it's also harder to get your money. So when you buy into a stock, for example, when you sell, it takes about 3 days for you to get your money back. So you don't have access to your cash. And then it also involves risk. Because like I said, if I put $100 in Tesla today, and then tomorrow the market goes down and it's only worth 50, well, I can't get my 100 because it's only worth 50. So I could lose half my money, or I could even lose all of it. And then also, the good thing about it is there's more potential for profit. Meaning, if I put 100 in Tesla, it's possible that next week or in 10 years it's doubled. But savings is going to take a little bit longer because you're only getting a little bit for the money you put in. Mr. Rafer, would you like to add a little bit?
Well, yeah, one of the things that as Ms. Tang was talking was I was thinking of Shaquille O'Neal. Is everybody familiar with who that person is?
Yes.
That's one person that said yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Whoever the manufacturer of Wheaties, was that Kellogg? I don't even know. Or General Mills? They asked Shaquille O'Neal to go on the cover of the Wheaties box. And he said no. He said, if you guys were Fruit Loops, I would be on the cover of Fruit Loops. He said, if you guys was Captain Crunch, I'd be on the cover of Captain Crunch. He says, because I don't eat Wheaties, I can't back Wheaties. Same thing with investments. People tell you invest in products you know and you like. Okay, simple. That's a very simple rule. One of the things that when we first started talking, we said that there are several subjects that people do not want to talk about. And finance is one of them. Oh, finance is so difficult. But I think, and you guys could tell me if I'm wrong, I think Ms. Tanga and I are doing a pretty good job of keeping it real. We're identifying things going back to high school, principal times rate times time. We're talking about investment, which people really don't understand. But I gave you a simple analogy about Shaquille O'Neal. If I don't like the product, why am I going to invest in it? So always keep it simple, keep your conversation simple. And if somebody is discussing something with you and they're not articulating to you where you understand, don't do the business. That's my advice to you. Do not do the business. Thanks, Ms. Tanger.
Mm-hmm. And I like what you said because you should invest in what you know and what you like. And right now, as you're young leaders, the things you should be spending time on is understanding and getting a better, deeper understanding of the things that, like you like for example, if somebody likes hair, you know what I mean? Likes doing hair, likes doing nails, or you want to start a certain kind of business, really look into it because a lot of times, especially as African-American individuals, we're the trendsetters. So if we're the trendsetters, why are we not making money with the trends that we're setting up? Other people are coming in and making money off of the different things that we do. We should see, like, what is our community spending money on? How can I tap into that market? How do I make money? Because even with things with it started with Instagram, I think mostly, and Facebook. People have Facebook pages, Instagram pages, TikTok pages, and they're monetizing on it. Whatever they're talking about, sometimes companies are reaching out to them and saying, "Hey, we'll give you some samples of this if you would promote for us." So figure out, what it is. Don't just be a consumer. Figure out how you can make money. So here, we'll talk about some different investments. There's low-risk investments. So low-risk investments enable you to earn interest of your money while maintaining some liquidity. So these are going to be like the savings accounts, meaning you can put money into a CD, a money market, and it's going to be low risk, but you also get a lower return. Here we have the certificate of deposit. Certificate of deposits, which we call CDs, are the type of low-risk investments that can be opened with an initial deposit as little as $1,000. With CDs, you agree that you won't touch the money you deposited for a specific period of time, for a few days to a few years. Generally, the longer you keep the money in the account, the greater the return of your money. So a CD is low risk. You can do it at the bank. And just like a money market. The money market deposit account is a low-risk investment in the form of a savings account that requires a larger balance than a CD or a regular savings account, usually about $10,000 or more. So you have cash, savings and CDs, which are lower amounts of money you have to deposit. With the money market, you have to do usually about $10,000. Then we have stocks. Investing in stocks is risky because their value can change from day to day, but stocks can also have greater potential for growth and total return. When you invest in stocks, you're investing in a business. This could be a small, medium, or large company. So like we talked about in the beginning, you could invest into Nike, you can invest in General Mills. So you're putting money into a company, and what that means is that you're an owner of that company. So I used to joke that my daughter had Disney stock. She had one share. So I would say she owns one little piece of brick in all of the Disney parks, but she owns a piece of it. And that's what owning a stock means. You own a part of the business. What are shares and dividends? Stocks are usually bought and sold in units called shares. A share value or a share price rises and falls based on how much people will pay for the share. People will pay more money for the stock if they think the company will be successful, If it is, the stock will increase in value. Sometimes a company will also pay its investors in dividends when the company pays the shareholders a part of the profits. So when you own a piece of business, why would you do it? So you can earn a profit. So you can also earn dividends. So that's them giving you money because the company's doing well. So then we talk about mutual funds. A mutual fund is a professionally managed collection of money from a group of investors. Instead of deciding for yourself what stocks or bonds to buy, a mutual fund manager makes these decisions for everyone in the group, and they decide to buy or sell and when. Some mutual funds will be higher risk than others, and no mutual fund is a sure thing. So think of a mutual fund as one manager that decides to say, I want Disney, I want some Nike, I want some General Mills, and they kind of create a mixture of stocks, and then you could buy into a piece of that. So that way all your money is not in Tesla, it's not all in General Mills. So a mutual fund is a collaboration of different stocks, and you have a money manager. So the risk and return reward for mutual funds, because a mutual fund invests in a variety of stocks and bonds and other products, there is usually greater potential for reward and many low-risk investments and less risk than buying one individual stock or some bonds. Okay, what are some bonds? Corporations, governments, and municipalities issue bonds to raise monies. In return, they typically repay the bond owners with interest in this way. A bond is like a loan. When you purchase a bond, you are lending money to a corporation or to the government for a certain period of time called a term. The bond certificate is a promise from the corporation or government that you will repay on a specific date and usually with a fixed rate and interest. So a bond, unlike a stock, you don't own that company. You're just giving them a loan. So it's like you give somebody $100 and you're like, okay, in 1 month, I want my money back plus $10. So that's what this bond is like. A lot of times bonds are like for when they're building a stadium, they may sell bonds and they tell people, give us X amount of dollars, we'll give you a bond certificate, and after 10 years or 20 or 30, we'll give you your money back plus interest.
If I could stop right there and chime in on that bond.
Mm-hmm.
Can I chime in?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys understand what Ms. Tango is saying as far as a bond? It's a debt. And the United States, I don't know if you know this, the United States used to be backed by gold, or many countries around the world used to support their currency by gold, because currency has to have a backing to create some value. It's easier to carry $1 around than $1 worth of gold, because gold could be too cumbersome and too heavy. I don't know what year, I want to say 1978. It was during the Ronald Reagan administration that the United States got off the gold system. Why? Because our debt kept on growing and growing and growing, and we don't have that much gold in our depositories. So, just so you know, the national debt is about $30 trillion, and Congress is looking to increase it this year again. What does that mean to you? Because a lot of times we say, well, that don't affect me. It does affect you. It affects your taxes. When taxes go up, the federal government has to pay their indebtedness, because the United States has these bonds. That's the debt. That's the debt. So just so you know, all of us on this call, whether you have a job or not, you owe the federal government close to $100,000 because of that debt. When you die, you're absolved of that debt. When you're born, you inherit that debt. And the reason why the United States is the strongest company, or perceived the strongest company, and again, we give you these kind of conversations to talk to your parents, talk to your friends, is because the United States has good credit. We talked about that in the last session individually, because the world believes that the United States will pay its debt. And that's why we keep on moving on. It's called good faith. So I just went, when we were on bonds, I want you to know how deep it goes, because the federal government works just like you and I. Revenues minus all their expenses, and what do I have left over? So I just want you guys to understand that. Thanks, Ms. Tanger.
Mhm. All right, so why do people invest in bonds? The main objective of investing in bonds are current income and the potential for stability and future income. Bond terms can range from a few months to 30 years. The longer you hold your investment in bonds, the better the return. So consider bonds for long-term investments. So when you're doing a bond, I mean, you could put it in for 30 years. So that's why it's important that you have money, because could you imagine giving somebody money for 30 years? But you know that after that 30 years, you're going to get all your money back plus some. Is there a risk in buying bonds? Yeah. Just like all investments, bonds involve risk. Government bonds are low risk because they are backed by the U.S. government. Corporate bonds have a higher potential of risk. You should research a company before you invest to make sure it has ability to repay the loan. So like Mr. Rayford was saying, these bonds have to be backed up by something. Most people believe that the U.S. government has money and will pay back the loan. So a lot of people buy bonds from the U.S. government, but then corporations like Nike could sell bonds. And sometimes you have to look and say, hey, do I feel like this company is really going to continue to make money, and do I trust it for 10, 20, 30 years? Then we have real estate. Many people in real estate, such as home or property. A lot of people invest in real estate, such as home and property. One positive aspect about investing in real estate is that you can usually increase in value over time without the daily ups and downs that happens with the stock market. Like stocks, you earn money when you sell real estate, and for more, if you paid for less than you get from it. So a couple things with real estate. You could buy property, live in it, you hope your value of your home grows, and then when you sell it, you make money. Another thing is you could buy real estate and you could rent it out. So then that way you're making money that's going to cover your mortgage plus a little bit more, so that you're actually earning money. Basically, you're having the renters pay off the house, and then at the end of your 30-year loan, you can own the house outright, and all of the rent money will go to you, and of course fixing the house, keeping it up to date. All right, let's see. Let's see about.
Can I chime in, Ms. Tanger, with food for thought?
Yeah.
Let me ask the student body here. Is McDonald's worth, meaning the valuation of McDonald's, more based on selling hamburgers, or more based on their real estate holdings? Can anybody answer that?
Real estate.
The real estate?
It's real estate. Yep. A lot of people think it's selling them burgers. Nope, it's their real estate. So good job. Thanks, Ms. Tanger.
Yes. Okay, inflation erodes purchasing power. And I was going to say, we have about 33 minutes, and we still got a bit of the presentation. So I won't read everything. We'll kind of skim through some of this, but we will hit the major points. Inflation erodes purchasing power. I don't know if you've all noticed, but eggs have gone up in price. So $100 of today, you may not be able to buy the same amount of things today than you will in the future. So that's what inflation is. For example, so here it talks about, you probably noticed that the prices of a lot of things have gone up over the years. When the general price levels of goods and services go up, that means that the purchasing power of your dollar goes down. It's called inflation. It can really eat away at your future purchasing powers. So here's an example. If you put $1,000 in a box and leave it there for 25 years, assuming inflation is a rate of 4%, when you take the money out of that box, your original $1,000 will only be able to purchase $368 worth of goods in 25 years. So isn't that amazing? It's still the same $1,000, but what you're able to buy is only going to be worth $368. So here on the right-hand side, you'll see what the decline of purchasing power. And this is why we say you want to put your money in invested and put your money to work. So compounding grows money over time. So to take advantage of the power of compounding, it pays to start investing as soon as you can. The earlier you start, the easier it'll be to achieve your financial goals. And then here's the Rule 72 that Mr. Rayford talks about. There's a helpful way to estimate the amount of time or interest rate you would need to double your money in savings or an investment. It's called Rule 72. Let's say you have an investment that's earning 8% per year. Start with the number 72 and divide it by the interest rate. 8 divided by 8 equals 9. That means it will take you about 9 years for your original investment to double. Try another example for yourself. We hope that the Rule of 72 inspires you to get the highest return that you can on your savings and investments. Anything else you want to add there, Mr. Rayford? Okay, we'll keep going. You guys still hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
I was on mute. I
Okay.
apologize. I said, no, I don't have anything, but this is a conversation we could talk about all afternoon.
All afternoon, yes. Okay, here's a scenario for us to think about. Jack is considering investing. Jack is off to a good financial start. He has minimized his expenses, built up his savings, and recently started to invest. Some friends of his have a fantastic new business idea and have asked him to invest, but don't have a business plan yet. He'd have to quickly sell the investments he's made so far to give them the money that they need. His investments are low risk, but haven't earned him much money. And this is his chance for a huge potential profit. And this is what I talk about. If you're saving your money, when opportunities come, you'll actually have money to decide. Basically, you'll have the power to decide, am I going to use my money for this opportunity or no? So let's see. Jack's trying to decide whether to invest with his friend's new startup business. Given his situation, what choices do you think is best? 1, yes, the whole idea of investing to make a profit. He shouldn't pass this unique opportunity. So that's 1, just being excited, just jumping in. Number 2, no, it's too risky. He should get a cash advance on his credit card and give them only 50% of his money. Now, we talked about credit. He's going to take 50% out of his credit card to give them 50%. So that's option 2. And then number 3, no, it's too risky. With no business plan, he needs to wait to see the new business, if the business is going to fail. So what do you think he should do? 1, 2, or 3?
I say 3.
3.
All right. Yeah, Jack says, this seems like a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Then I remembered that if something sounds too good to be true, it probably is. My friends are really psyched, but they don't even have a business plan yet. I might be willing to take a little more risk for potential reward, but I'm going to stick to my plan to divide my money between different types of investments, companies, and industries. Good advice. It may have been hard to pass on this, but Jack made a very smart choice. He's controlling the amount of risk that he wants to take control of. Dividing the money between different types of investments is called diversifying. His portfolio is a good way for him to cut his risk. So good. He's going to wait on it. All right. Here's we're going to take a quiz here. Are you ready to invest? On the next few screens, you'll learn the basic guidelines for smart investing and how to get started. At first step, determine whether you're ready to invest. Select the best answer below. So there's the first one, debts low enough that can make you comfortable to pay them. Own a home for 30-year mortgage. Okay, let me go back a little bit. It wants us to select the correct 2 answers below, okay? So we've got to select 2 of these. Debts low enough that you can comfortably pay them down. Own a home for 30-year loan. You've repaid your loans on time and in full. Enough savings to cover 2 to 6 months of expenses. No more than 1,000 in credit card debt. No more than 1,000 in credit card debt, and enough savings to cover 9 to 12 months of expenses, which two are things that we've talked about, and is correct. This is a little trickier.
Yeah, this is a little tricky.
I think the third and sixth one.
I'm just going to click on them because there's so many. Okay, so you've repaid all of your loans on time and in full. And then the last one is enough savings to cover 9 to 12 months of expenses. So when we were going through the training, did it say 9 to 12 months of expenses, or did it mention 2 to 6 months of expenses?
It said 2 to 6 months, but I agree with the student 9 to 12 months because again, Ms. Taylor, you and I lived through 2008, 2009, 2012, and there were people that were out of a job for 2 years.
Oh,
So
yeah.
let's click it and see what happens.
Yep. All right. So the ones they wanted was debts low enough that you can comfortably pay them, and then also enough savings to cover 2 to 6 months. So we know we definitely got to have savings, and the more savings, the better. So even though it says 2 to 6 months, yes, if you have 9 to 12, you're doing even better. And then here, I think the difference is they just want you to start off with already having low debt. So instead of having to pay off all of this debt that you've accumulated, just start by not having too much debt. And then that will put you on the right footing.
And let me share something with you on my experience with regarding debt. Again, I was just like you guys, and I wanted this and I wanted that. But when I took a job with CBS television, I had a boss who said to me, he said, pay off all your debt, then maintain your FICO score. We talked about FICO. Buy a pair of socks and pay it off. Because the FICO score basically says, how do you manage your debt? And, you know, I've always kept that in the back of my mind. Now, did I maintain a pair of socks? No. But any debt that I incur, I try to pay off as soon as possible.
Yep, that's the best thing to do. Even like those credit cards, you want to pay them off. So let me just go back a little. So how to get started in investing? Cover your expenses. Make sure your expenses and debts are low enough that you can comfortably pay them. Set aside enough money in your savings account to cover for 2 to 6 months of expenses. Set goals. Make an investment plan. List your financial goals and how much time you have to reach them. For more about setting financial and life goals, see the topic of getting started. So for example, the young lady who's going to Korea, she may already know that she's going in May, or she may be going in September. So she has a certain amount of time that she has to save for that Korea trip. Weigh the risk. Determine how much risk you are comfortable in taking. Determine your mix. Decide on a mix of investments that you want to maintain in order to reach your goals. So something important to do is, like, for example, I did a lot of reading about John Ramsey, his name, Dave Ramsey. He talks about having a $2,000 savings. So that's like at minimum. And at your age, you may say, let me have a $100 savings. Let me have a $500 or $1,000. So it's going to be important to have X dollar amounts in savings. And then you can say, okay, now that I got this for my emergency, what else can I invest in? And then decide how much money. Determine how much money you will invest every month and make a commitment to follow it through. And I think we talked about it last time when we talked about working and saving money. You may get paid and decide every paycheck I'm going to put $20 into a piggy bank, or $100 or $10, whatever it is. So what do you want to do for smart investing? You want to buy low and sell high, whether it's stocks or real estate. You want to pay as little as possible and then sell the item for more money than you paid. So that way you have a profit. You want to diversify. You don't want to put all your money in one thing. You want to put something in savings, have your interest rates helping you with that. Then maybe you want to invest in a small business that you're going to be doing so that way you have more money. So, for example, the young lady who's babysitting, one thing she can do is even investing in CPR class, and so then she could tell different parents that not only can I babysit, but I also have my CPR certification. And parents will like that. They may refer her out to more families because she has that skill set, so that they feel safer with their kids being babysat by her. So it's investing in yourself. Buy and hold. When you buy stocks and bonds, you want to buy it and you want to hold it. So that way you can make more money over time. Decide when to sell. So whether it's property or whatever it is that you're having, you want to sell it when you're going to make the most money of it. So, for example, here in Nevada, home prices are going up and up and up and up, and now the market has crashed pretty much because just with everything that's all these expenses. So now people that were able to sell their homes for $1 million, they got to take less money. So you want to be careful and decide when's the best time to sell. So there's a lot of people that were trying to sell their businesses or their homes, and now they decided to hold off until the market turns around again. Pay attention to costs. Taxes, fees, inflation, and other costs can all affect the return on your investment. Keep track of everything, whether you do it through a professional or just writing it down. Make sure that you know how you're spending your money over time. And finally, stick to a plan. Okay, so next we're going to go into building wealth. This is what we all want. You want to build wealth so that you're comfortable. You can buy the things that you need and some of your wants. And then also you're able to have money so that you can invest in things that's going to bring you even more money.
Having money and building wealth are really two different things. Having an income is great. It pays the bills. But that's money that goes into your pocket and right back out. Wealth is things like savings, property, and investments. It's resources you can use to create and take advantage of opportunities in life.
I agree. And that's why wealth building usually doesn't happen overnight, or in a year, or even in 3 years. It's a series of steps that you take over time. The steps are simple to explain, but a lot harder to do. You'll have to discipline yourself to make wealth building a lifelong pattern. If you do, you'll keep getting better at it as time goes on.
I know Mr. Rayford is probably excited. This is like his thing. So we have building wealth. And like she said, it's building wealth and having money are two different things. So here what we're looking at is first you have to have a foundation, then you want to have assets, you want to have an estate, and then you want to be able to share. I want to go through these and then I'm going to give it over to Mr. Rayford. I'm sure he's going to be able to really kind of dig in a little bit. So foundation. The foundation layer is cash flow. Before someone can truly begin building wealth, he or she must be consistently generating enough income to handle their month-to-month expenses. It's also a good idea to have enough savings set aside to cover at least 2 to 6 months of expenses, and if possible, 3 to 6 months of living expenses in case of financial emergency. So first you have to have your foundation and basically have a job, have money coming in. Then you got to have assets. So, assets are going to be things that are not things that are just going to go down in value. Let's see. Once the cash flow foundation is in place, you can begin to invest in assets, investments such as real estate or stocks. To build wealth, the value of what you can own, assets, needs to be more than the amount of money you owe to others, liabilities. Investing in assets that appreciate, go up in value over time, can allow you to retire with comfortable lifestyle at some point in the future. And something that's easy to understand is like cars. A lot of people want to buy a nice car, but as soon as you leave the dealership, the value of a car goes down. Whereas if you're buying land, or you're buying property, a lot of times those assets go up in value. So then once you have a foundation, which is money coming in, then you're buying real assets like real estate, investments. Then you're going to have an estate. An estate is moving up the pyramid. It's the next layer in your estate. The wealth you pass on to your family is the estate. If you are a business owner, it could include your business. This is when you see people that have generational wealth. That means grandma's gone, but grandma left something for the kids, the grandkids. That's the estate, and that's what we're missing in our community a lot of times. When somebody passes away, they leave nothing. Actually, sometimes they leave debt. We don't want your debt. We want them to leave life insurance, so that way you're gaining money. And then once you have this estate, this is when you share. At the pinnacle of the pyramid is your legacy, your goals, your philanthropic goals, the many positive ways that you can share your wealth by giving back to your community. You don't want to die and leave nothing. So this is like the pillar. Mr. Rayford, do you want to add to that?
Well, the base of this pyramid is the first one, the foundation. And one of the things I'm going to ask you to in your financial journey is always trust yourself and go with common sense, not emotion. Emotion, like I said, you'll buy the $500 pair of Jordans instead of buying the $80 Skechers. That's emotion. But the foundation, use common sense. How is a house built? First, if you look around Las Vegas, they're laying the foundation. Then they put the frame up. Then they put the roof up. Same thing with finances. Have a foundation, make the sacrifice, save, assess your savings. Am I generating enough money from my money? Create an estate, buy real estate. Write this down if you guys don't mind. Find out, and if you guys can, or if I remember it, find out the difference between having a will and a living trust. Write that down. And Ms. Tang and I will vet those questions next week. And that's all I wanted to talk about. Thanks.
So the pillars of wealth. Think of wealth as building with these three pillars. The first pillar of wealth is building a real property asset, your personal residence and investment in real estate. Because in general, real estate appreciates in value. You can also gain financially flexibility if you're able to borrow money using your home as security. For more about real estate, we can look at property assets. The second thing is the second pillar for investments. So, for example, retirement account where you put stocks and bonds in there. So your investments. So the first pillar is your home. The second one is stocks and bonds or investing. And the third pillar is, for many people, is entrepreneurship, owning a business of your own, or starting or managing or growing your own business. Yes. So I like these. So number one is like your residence. Like I said before, you could buy a home that you live in and it's going to grow in value. You can also buy like a 2-family flat or a multi-unit home. And especially when you're young and you don't have kids or not married yet, if you're able to buy property where you live in one piece and then you have other people living in another section of the property, so then they're helping you pay on the mortgage. And then later on, when the home is paid off or almost paid off, you can actually move out, buy a house, a standalone home, and have other people paying for that mortgage. And then, of course, investing, putting money away. And then lastly is, investing on your own entrepreneurial adventures. And that's what I say. Even though we're talking about investing in like stocks and bonds, think about how do you invest in yourself? How do you invest in learning? Right now, you can buy audio books, or you can buy classes on learning different languages. You may get a job because you know a little bit of Spanish, and you can mention that in your interview. But there's different ways of investing in yourself. So here we talk about home ownership. The benefits of owning a home. Number one, it's a place of your own. You're investing it into your future because as the value of this home goes up, then later when you sell it, you can make more money. Also, you should know that sometimes you can take money out of your home. You can actually get like what is that? Let's see if it's in here. You can take equity out of your home, and you can take that equity out of your home and use it to start up a business. So that's important. When you have a real asset, you can actually borrow against it. There's tax benefits in owning a home. So in your taxes, because you're paying all of these interest charges, you can actually reduce your taxes because you own a home. And then it's a financial stepping stone. Even if it's your first home, isn't your dream home, paying your mortgage and other expenses on time and will benefit you with your credit score. So these are some benefits. Now, some realities of owning a home. There's ongoing costs. You got to fix the roof. You got to fix this. There's a lot of different things. You got taxes. You have utilities. So it will be costly. So that's why it's important to have a job, to have money coming in. Less easy to move. If you own a house, sometimes you can't just jump up and decide to move next month. You may have to sell your home or rent it out. The upkeep of your house. It's going to be a responsibility for the utility, the bills, home repairs, maintenance. And then also, the increase in value isn't always guaranteed. I'll tell you one thing. I bought a house back in 2006, and I bought it in an upcoming neighborhood. You always hear like gentrification. It's a neighborhood that they were going in and they're fixing up. Well, so basically I bought the house in the hood, right? And it was cool because there was a wave of homes being fixed. I wasn't worried about it. But guess what? The market crashed. The housing market crashed. So my house is here, in the nice hood, and they were at this point fixing. Well, they stopped fixing homes right before they got to my neighborhood. So that was a risk. I didn't see it happening, but it did. So my neighborhood still didn't get fixed. I mean, now it's back at it. But that was 2006, So I had to deal with my neighborhood, the people in the neighborhood. It didn't get fixed. So sometimes you think you're smart and things just happen in the world. So you always got to be looking and thinking. So luckily, my neighborhood was a gated community, so I felt better, and my sister lives there now. But that was a risk. So the value of my home, I didn't get lucky, and the value of my home went up. The value of my home actually went down, and I still have to own that house because my neighborhood never increased in value. So that's why I say you got to invest. You got to invest time and energy and really know what you're doing. And me and my girlfriend about it in the neighborhood, we're like, yeah, it's going to happen. So we're still holding on. So we're still holding. And there's possibility for foreclosures. So in the townhouse development that I bought, a lot of other people, they lost their homes because when they lost their jobs, they couldn't afford it anymore. So there's a lot of risk. So you definitely want to invest. You want to talk to people. So are you ready? Are you ready to buy a home? So these are the things that you can watch your parents are doing or their friends are doing. So let's see. If you can check yes to at least 6 of the items on this worksheet, you're probably in a good situation to consider buying your first home. If you think you're not ready, take the necessary steps to strengthen your financial picture. Consider your current financial picture, your credit history and credit score, your debt to income ratio, and then your ability to pay month-to-month costs. So they said 6 of these items. So let's see. I have a steady, reliable source of income. So right now, we'll just say as a high school student, more than likely you don't have a steady right now. But these are the things that you're going to want to.
Ms. Tanga, if I could cut you off. A lot of these are not applicable to them, but if I could ask the students, and just to save time, if I could ask students to take a picture of this and let this be a dialogue with your friends and family. I know you're going to say, well, I don't have a reliable job right now, but you will, and this is good food for thought.
Yep, great addition. Yeah, take a picture of this. These are the things that you're going to want to be able to do. And that's why, I'll say this real quick. That's why I just don't understand when people are in high school. So my family, is from Angola, Africa. So I came to the U.S. when I was 4 years old, and I went to city schools. I went to public schools all my life, and then after city school, I went to college. So what I want to say is, I just never understood when I was in high school, my friends that weren't thinking about either college, a trade, or doing something entrepreneurial. If you want to buy a house, if you want to have a car, if you want to have a legacy, you got to have all of this in place. So you're going to have a steady income. You're going to want a job that you've been employed in for over 2 years, so people trust that you can make money. You want to be able to pay regular bills. You're going to want to be able to pay bills on time. You're going to want to have savings. All of these things are so important. If you don't have it, you can't have all of these nice homes and these nice whips and all of these things. I mean, there's other ways of doing it, but it won't be in a comfortable way that you're going to keep it and attain it for years and years, and in a way that you can give it to your kids later. So what you want to do is you want a legacy. For example, I want to be Ivy Carter. I want to be Jay-Z and Beyonce's kid. You know, that's legacy. They're building legacy. They're building things. Oprah is building legacy. She has nephews and nieces and stuff like that. They're gonna have money. That's what we want to do. So early retirement, once again, this is not for you right now, but this is your goal in the future. You have to have a strategy. You want to set money goals now. You want to consider 3 factors. Let's see, if savings, expenses. You want to be realistic. So right now, what's realistic is figuring your next goal. Is it going to be college? Is it going to be a trade school? Is it going to be community college? Do you already have a business that you're starting up and you're trying to find people to help you invest in it? And then use the 4% rule. Many studies indicate that for every dollar you want to withdraw annually during your retirement, you should at least save $25 in assets to set aside. Mr. Rayford, do you want to talk about this rule, or just touch on the 4% rule again?
Well, basically,
And
it's
you may
saying
be
what
on
you've
mute.
saved. Yeah. Basically, what it's saying is what you have saved. Take 4% out and have your money or your investments working for you. So it's a
Yep.
good rule. And again, like I said, use common sense. Like I gave you earlier, understand your stool. How many legs do you have where income is coming in? And how much do you really need to survive every month? I'll give you an example. My mom is 96 years old, God bless her, but she's got to pay $1,000 a month in medication. So I say to myself, by paying attention to other people's situation, do I have $1,000 a month in my retirement cash flow? So, these things you need to assess, and these things you need to prepare for. A phrase that I've coined from somebody, I couldn't tell you, if you're ready, you don't have to get ready. Don't wait till the end. If you have an issue, deal with the issue. Don't wait for the issue to become a problem. So I wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
Thanks. Yep, that is so true. And one thing we didn't touch on too much here, but it is important, is just having multiple streams of income. You have your day job, you have your dreams, then you may have that side hustle that gives you extra income for your goals. And then you may also have something that you want to do in the future. It just doesn't give you income right now, but you're still learning it. Here next, we're talking about protect yourself with insurance. Excuse me. So insurance, when you buy insurance, you receive insurance policy. A document that specifically tells you what's covered. I'll say this, there's all types of insurance. We talked about car insurance last time, and then you also have health insurance, and then you have life insurance. But basically, all of these different insurance products allows you to protect yourself. So if something happens, then you're able to take care of yourself. Health insurance, you want to make sure you have health insurance so if you're sick, like I am, I can go to a doctor and get medical attention. You want to have life insurance so if something happens to you, the people that love you will get the money to, number one, bury you, and number two, move on and take care of your kids and your family. And car insurance, if something happens to your car, you hit someone, you want to be able to pay off that person, and then if you have full coverage, be able to pay off your car as well. So the big picture of your financial plan, and we talked about a lot of these major pieces in financial plan includes your job or business, your spending plan, major assets you own, debts you owe, real estate, insurance, investments, estate planning for the next generation. And lastly here, I'll do this video and then we're going to wrap it up shortly, okay? Just hold on tight.
We hope you're excited about rewarding yourself by saving, investing, and building wealth. Remember, the steps are simple, but it's up to you to make it happen. Here's a recap of how to get started.
First, every time you get paid, make it a habit to set some money aside in savings. If you do, you'll be less likely to spend it and your money will grow with interest. Plus, you'll be ready for emergencies and to make major purchases.
Second, try to earn the most interest you can on the money you save. Remember that the amount of interest you earn will depend on which account you choose and the amount you keep in the account over time.
When you're financially ready, get started with investing. Consider using the guidelines we've given you to help manage your risk.
Remember that building wealth is all about investing in things that will hopefully go up in value over time. Whether it's real estate or stocks, try to buy low and sell high. That's how you make a profit.
Finally, consider creating your own financial plan. Looking at the big picture of your financial situation can help you get clear about your goals and how you're going to reach them, including retiring someday.
Awesome. That's a good. And we won't do the quiz today unless Mr. Rayford thinks we have time. But basically, strategies for success, she just stated it. So I'm going to just give the call over to Mr. Rayford and kind of let him wrap it up or let us know if we should continue.
No, we're good. Did Rhonda take attendance? Because I came in late.
Oh, no, she hasn't.
Okay. Rhonda, are you online? Okay. So one of the things I'm going to ask you to write this down. I'm going to ask you to inquire these two books, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and read them. Great food for thought. Are we recording this, Miss?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I am texting Miss Rhonda right now to see if she
Okay.
wants to take attendance.
Yeah. But I appreciate you students. I really enjoy this. I really enjoy talking to you. I hope it's good food for thought. And I really, in my heart of hearts, want all of you to be millionaires when you retire. So you're not dependent upon no one.
Yeah, and the book you said, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that was one of the best books that I read. The Millionaire Next Door and Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Rich Dad, Poor Dad talks about, that's such a great book. I'm just going to talk a little bit and see if Ms. Rhonda wants to jump on. But Rich Dad, Poor Dad talks about two fathers, right? It's a son, and he talks about his two fathers. One father was a professor, so, he went to college, went to a day job and worked every single day and worked hard. The other father was an entrepreneur who actually, worked and made money and did a lot of investing in different things. I think it was like real estate. It was what the rich dad ended up being. So the interesting thing about the story is you would think that the father that was a professor would have made more money than the father that was more entrepreneurial, but that wasn't the case. The father that knew how to make money work, he ended up being the rich dad. So the professor who's smart, who has all these degrees, wasn't actually the smarter person. It was a person that knew how to use their money and leverage their money. So that's the great thing about that book. And then The Millionaire Next Door, I love that book because it talked about the millionaire next door wasn't always your stockbrokers or the people that you thought had the most money because they were dressed the best and had the high paying jobs. Sometimes it was just someone that had a cleaning business. That person didn't have to dress as much, and they didn't have to impress everyone. They didn't have to have the biggest house, and no one really even realized that they were just a millionaire next door, but they lived in a regular house, had a regular car. But what did they do with their money? They saved it and they invested it. So a lot of times they had more money than even the person that looked like they had money. So it's all about knowing how money can work for you. Okay, so what I'll do, I don't think Ms. Rhonda is on the line right now, but I do see we have 21 participants. So I think what I can do is quickly, if you guys stay on a little bit, I can at least write down the names I see. I see Amir.
Are these names
see
your names,
Amir.
or is these names your parents' names on the screen here, people?
It's my name.
My name.
It's my
Who
name.
has, who has
My
their
name.
parents' name up here?
My name.
That's a great question. Let us know if it's not your name. I'm going to
Because
do a screenshot.
What I did, oh, you're gonna do a screenshot? Okay, good. Because I took a picture of it. Now, okay, do a screenshot. And then,
Oh, it's good. And you got a picture, so you'll be my backup.
yeah, I'll be your backup. Because if it's your parents' name, then Rhonda can't identify who's who. But if this is your name, she can identify who participated.
And then were you able to get all the names? I think, let me make sure I have everybody.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I got 19. And then you and I equal 21.
Okay, perfect. Good deal. So we'll share this with Miss Rhonda, and awesome. And then you all have her email. So if it's not your name and you're not able to say it out loud, just send Miss Rhonda an email letting her know you were on the call. But otherwise, it's been a great Saturday. We have 2 more training sessions, and then the last session will be an assessment. So yeah, we're learning. This was just fun for me. I hope you all are having fun and learning. And as Mr. Rayford said, talk to your family about this. Talk to your parents about this, these different things. Ask them if they have life insurance. And if they don't, Mr. Rayford, I think he knows somebody that can help them.
Well,
All right, Mr. Rayford, I'll let you close it out.
all right, everybody. You guys have a wonderful week. As I mentioned, I enjoy this. I thoroughly enjoy it. And I really enjoy your feedback, your conversation. And I want you to understand that Ms. Tanger and I'm hoping you understand, that we were 15, 16, 17 years old once upon a time. So we're just trying to share some of the knowledge that we've learned over time. And we want you to take that knowledge and go beyond Ms. Tanger and myself. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you both more. Thank you for the nice session.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
very
Have a
much.
good day.
Have a good one.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Morning, Search Lab. Hi, this is Vanessa Tangwa. I just wanted to call.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I just wanted to, I have a 1 o'clock today, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I tried to call earlier, and then I think you guys called me. Then I got nervous. Then I got nervous. Because then I was like, it was 11 o'clock. And then I was like, oh no, I called, and they probably just returned my call. Or giving me a reminder.
I saw a missed call, so that's the only reason why I called you. Can you still make it at 1?
Oh yeah, yep. I was just on a Zoom training, so yep. I'll be there at 1. I'm excited. Oh, and then and can you tell me when does my 30 days end? I think I bought a package of 3, and this is my second one. I better figure out what I'm gonna schedule my third one.
Let's have a look.
And if you're busy, I could do that when I get there. Will that be easier?
No, that's okay, darling.
Okay.
We'll have a look now.
Okay.
So I believe today is your last one, isn't it?
Oh, is today the last day? I think this is only my second. Is today my second one, or do I have a third? I don't know. Do I need to do an hour today?
No, because you did one on January the 5th.
Mhm.
Then you did one on January the 14th. Oh no. Yeah. And then did one on January the 21st.
Okay. So the way it went is the first one, the 5th, was the free one, or the $25 something, 29. So, but then I think I got here like 5 or 10 minutes late. So then you offered me one for $39. So then I paid for, I think, 1 hour for $39 or something. And then I started my 3 on the 21st.
Yeah. So then you did one on the 14th of January, Saturday the 14th of January.
Okay.
Then you did one on Saturday the 21st of January.
Oh, okay.
And now you've got one today.
Oh, this is the end. This is the end.
Oh, but you need to become a member.
Okay. And then let's do this. And my daughter wants me to ask, what is her, how many days in? I think she's only done one. I think she did the 21st with me, I think. Her name is Alayla Dixon. I'm like, is she hyphenated here or not? Because that's like, I sounded like that. Not that I don't know her name.
How do you spell that first name?
Aalayla.
Yeah, she has
And when is her expiration date?
Well, officially it's February the 14th, next Tuesday, but I'm more than happy to extend it for her.
Oh, okay, good. And then by chance, do
Do
you
you want me to do that now so that she doesn't lose them?
yeah, extend it? Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, okay.
And she could put
How
her,
long do you think she needs? A couple of weeks?
yeah, you could just put it for a couple of weeks, and she may get it done in time. Yeah, a couple of weeks will be perfect. And then I think I told.
Let me just do that.
Mhm.
Let me just do that. Sorry, it's not going through. Just 1 second.
Mhm. Yeah, I did talk to her about doing a 1 hour session before hers expires. I told her I think she could do a 1 hour. Who knows, maybe she could get it done before the 14th.
Right, so I've just extended them both for 2 weeks. Okay?
Okay.
And when you come in, should we talk about membership maybe?
Not just yet. Yeah, I need a little bit more time. 14th.
Okay.
So hers was extended 2 weeks past the 14th, so that's probably February 28th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll let her know and see if she wants to try to put something in. And you said she can't do it all in one for a 1 hour session, a 50-minute session, right? Or does it need to be?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And by chance, do you have any openings tomorrow? In case you wanted to do it tomorrow?
Yeah, we do actually.
Mhm.
There's a 10 a.m. if she wants to do a 50-minute stretch, or a 3 p.m.
Okay, but probably the early one. I think it's Super Bowl tomorrow, so everybody's going crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting.
I know. And then, and tell me this, do you have any hour sessions on Valentine's Day? I think I heard her say that.
There's an 11 a.m., 6 p.m., or 7 p.m.
Okay, and that's for, she will do a full hour?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let her know. So that's kind of nice to do on Valentine's, get rubbed down. I'm saying rubbed, but it's you're stretched out, sorry, it's stretched out. All righty. Okay, I'll see you at 1.
Okay, darling. See you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.